to enlightenment. And today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, embracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing. So now, let us understand what is the Bhagavan Paramashivam, which we will be experiencing today. Sama is oneness, and Adi means source, so Samadhi means one with the source, and Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetime and leave a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. And darshan is the powerful, superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your very being. So let us understand these signs behind the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. First thing that you need to know is the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time space zone, through deities and incarnations. And divine cosmic beings manifest through the Ashtavataras, the deities in temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshan in Javataras, the incarnation. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the sign of the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. So, for example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Ashtavataras, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not yet mature enough to receive these higher level experiences from the Ashtavataras directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge this gap and creates the experience of superconscious energy in all of us. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy physically slows down the aging process, improves immunity to disease, and during the darshan, the whole brain is alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. And during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. The Akashik readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archive. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time, starts the past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happened, happening, yet to happen are clearly already recorded. So now let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti for each and every one of us to guide us, bless us, and bring the healing energy of the Cosmic Mother to planet Earth. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic ancient enlightened civilizational nation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajapiti, the Tondevandala Adina, has been coronated as the incumbent emperor of the Suryam Chitrangi Samrajyam, is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kanchi, the Kailasvarata Shamala Pita Sarvajapita, is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Kada, the largest apex monastic order. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atalakada, which is the ancient apex body of Hinduism, is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapura Adinam, and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 leaders. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched, and has authored over 300 books in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been translated to 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, and has over 10,000 hours of courses delivered, has enriched and reached over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as the commentator of all sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, the Jain Sutras, and many more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as leader of Hinduism. The most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including Rudra Kanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Shishas, Vaidavas, Vaidavas, and Sanyas. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world, Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University, with satellite campuses in 150 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightened ecosystems, and the founder and reviver of over 100 Satyapitas, and the collector of the largest Hindu library in the world, with 1 million books, 1 million Palmanic scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. So now, we will be entering into the demonstration of the extraordinary powers, the extraordinary Shakti of Paramashiva, Parashakti, as demonstrated by the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Nityananda Yogis and the Nityananda Guru Balasas. As we are prepared, let us understand the science of Diksha, the science of initiation.
Spiritual energy by an enlightened being. A look, a word, a touch. A look, a word, a touch. Power of initiation. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774 90091. Visit www.nithyananda.org.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुगदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam. Welcome to today's Parashakti's Akashik reading, Power Manifestation segment, where we're going to be looking into the manifesting the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva, seeing with their eyes completely blindfolded. The Balasans, the Nityananda yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the power of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakening us through the Diksha, which is the initiation. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening in various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers, which is the third eye, seeing with your eyes completely blindfolded. Third eye is a cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see to the third eye, just as you do with the two eyes. Now, let us learn what are Shaktis. The Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. Shaktis are described as a system or a method, a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine, you need to manifest divine, and not you are a man, you need to reach divine. So what are the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis? The Shaktis expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. The Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent. Siddhis may divert you from the space of enlightenment. Paramashiva is a primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the 5 cosmic acts of creation, sovereign rulership and maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberating grace for all living entities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nityananda Paramashivam, is an 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, which is the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of these manifesting Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha, which is the initiation by the enlightened Gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age and was trained and taught the sciences to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Jnana. So, how do you awaken the divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is Jnana, mapped your consciousness, prajna, manifest as a possibility and power of every being, prajnana. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence, or which are called pramana. The Shastra Pramana is an eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana is an experience and results of the Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. The Atma Pramana is an account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar, personal experience of power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana, or which are called empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures with applied technology, the applied science is expanded upon. Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastra source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. The scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye goes by Kapalantarmano nyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dardyad lakshayet lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. The Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana, which is the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains a description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. In Swamiji's own words, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, the 10 directions, below me, everything I realized. Not only was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. The Pratyaksha Pramana is a study measures of comparative metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states. When doing daily activities, high activities is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. When in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. The Sakshi Pramana is this rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Swamiji embodies a most profound yogic state that surpass all bounds of time, space and matter. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting this pure great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation, which is the Diksha. Millions of peoples have been initiated by Swamiji and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. Let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans and Nityananda yogis. So now we'll be entering into the power demonstration of the power of third eye. So what exactly is going to happen today is we're going to manifest this power with your eyes completely blindfolded.
Nityananda Paramashivam.
So what we're going to happen now is we're going to read our eyes completely blindfolded, and as you can see in my left hand this is the mindfold which I'm going to wear. This mindfold is completely tested with ophthalmologists and scientists, where there's no visibility of light or any vision which is going to pass through this mindfold. So its mindfold is made of thick acrylic sheet in the front, which is completely black and a dark pitch when you wear it, and towards the behind is a sponge and there's an adjustable strap around it. So what's going to happen now is from the Facebook live comments, we're going to be reading the comments, and there'll be two posts from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism page, Kailasa's page of Facebook live, where the two posts have been chosen, and we're going to be reading it out exactly precisely from the colors, post, and the written handwritten of it. So how we're going to manifest this power, or how this power is going to be awakened in us? We're going to connect ourselves in the space of oneness, having the simple cognition. Paramashiva is real. He is everywhere. Swamiji has said that Paramashiva is inside ourselves, inside every single being. The only prerequisite you need is the initiation, which is the Diksha, into the science of power manifestation to awaken the third eye. Let us all now connect ourselves with Swamiji, remembering him in our third eye and in the Anandagandha by chanting the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, and witness this power. Let us all sit straight now by chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 So the first comment from the Facebook live is Vindhyachal Seth Jai Gurudev Jai. Next is Sri Nitya Mahabalananda Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, which is fully in caps. Next is Nita Tat Purusha Shivashakti Nityanandam. And next is an emoji of a person with a hand holding a rose flower. So now will we go to the first post? So as we have read the Facebook live comments now, about 4-5 comments which are being posted live telecasted, and I'll be just reading it to the third eye. Now will be the first post from the Kailasa's SPH page. Upholding and reaffirming the noble ideas of freedom, prosperity, harmony for achieving the 17 SDG goals of the United Nations. The first goes by no poverty, Sri Kailasa, uniting nations for nutritious food and hunger-free world. Sri Kailasa, uniting nations for emergency disaster relief. Sri Kailasa, uniting nations for affordable and holistic health care. Sri Kailasa, uniting nations for orphans and abandoned children. Sri Kailasa, uniting nations for atonement of extreme poverty. Sri Kailasa, uniting nations against child abuse and trafficking. The next pose is the zero hunger. Sri Kailasa, uniting nations for nutritious food and hunger-free world. Sri Kailasa, uniting nations for emergency disaster relief. Kailasa's humanitarian agency of Red Om, no hungry stomach invasive. So now as we have noticed that this power manifestation has been took place, where I just read a couple of comments and the two posts. So with this, we just witnessed this power demonstration as it took place. We just connecting ourselves in the space of oneness by chanting the Mahavakya and remembering Swamiji in our third eye and in the Anandaganda. We'll come to the conclusion of today's power manifestation segment. Stay tuned for the next coming segment of Parashakti's Akashik reading. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nityananda Paramashivam 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 Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Paramashivam Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Paramashivam Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Now we'll be entering into this next segment and understanding who is Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. So the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti describes the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with her triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. This is from the Lalita Sahasranama, the Dhyana Shloka. And it continues on. You can go to the next slide, please. I meditate upon the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion and holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anyone, and she is the self within me. So, Devi Parashakti, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam itself. And in the words of Parashakti herself, describing herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agama, blossomed as Rimkara, filled as Parashakti, living in the 40 triangle, the Kailasa Swamini, who is the Kailasa of Tripura Chintamani, Parashakti, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took Nijavadara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbhasvarupini, Brahmandayoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Apala, Aparana, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraj Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen people. To do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. Raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as the three Shaktis, Ikya, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as the nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to hell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashakti, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you. So how can we receive Devi Parashakti? In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, literally you are seeing Paramashivam and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. Keep two betel, one banana, one betel nut, and one coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. The coin is considered to be the traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be even the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In the US, it can be even 1 cent. I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. So you can offer that to Devi after the darshan is over. Do the namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you, raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So how can you set up your tambulam with 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin? You can put that on a plate and offer that to Devi. Every time you have darshan, you can offer it in front of your screen and receive Devi the traditional way. And you will see how much your connection with Devi grows with this one small gesture. So now we'll be entering into the next segment where we will be understanding some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity at this time. As all of us know, Devi Parashakti is continuously guiding us. So let us understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19. Devi has been manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to guide us and bless us and protect us during this pandemic, during this pralaya. And she's revealed many, many sacred revelations, many profound secrets. Today, we will be exploring one of the most important revelations of Devi Parashakti at this time, especially for humanity at this time, about the revelations about how to protect yourself from COVID-19. So first, let us understand the compassion of the avatar. In the Guru Padaka Stotram, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padakas, the sacred of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of suffering over samsara. And in this verse, Adi Shankaracharya explains, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dimension of renunciation. Continue to the next slide, please. Many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during this pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. And the Cosmic Mother has come down to alleviate the suffering of humanity. It is at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic superconsciousness, out of his love and compassion. Having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, he's manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, in guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through the Pralaya, the cosmic deluge. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through this Nijavatara and answering each of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also as a humanity at large. Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars, which have not surfaced common knowledge as yet. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which is manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and to start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm ends. We are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So let us look at what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாய் வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்
Yes. Let us look at Devi Parashakti's revelation now in English. Devi revealed, "O humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I'm residing, worshiping me by doing the fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss." Doing the Ajaba Ajaba, the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep, and being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Swarna that blossoms as Aham Aham, in the state of Ananda Swarna. Everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have the effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me, me as you. You will live good life, even if you do one of these 8 ways. I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful. In the above revelations, Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect all of humanity from COVID-19. We're now going to look at the science and benefits of each of these methods that Devi has revealed. The first method revealed by Devi Parashakti is praying and meditating on Devi. So science has studied meditation extensively, and Healthline has published 12 of the science-based benefits of meditation. The first is that it reduces stress, controls anxiety, it promotes emotional health, it enhances self-awareness, it lengthens the attention span, it may reduce age-related memory loss, it can generate kindness, it may help fight addiction, it improves sleep, it helps control pain, it can decrease the blood pressure, and it is easily accessible anywhere. And another study by the Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis such as COVID-19. And an article published in Everyday Health has shown how prayer and spirituality protect the emotional health by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirits, and by helping you cope with difficulties. A September 2015 report published in Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 reported feeling spiritual peace, and also who made healthy lifestyle changes were likely to live longer than their peers. And people with major depressive disorder or chronic medical illnesses who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. This was found in a study published in July 2015 in Depression and Anxiety. So now, let us look at a video where the avatar itself directly demonstrates how meditation impacts the brain.
Nityananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nityananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that, because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They are replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right there. Right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. Basically evokes pleasure. If you eat, the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is a dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight. and the dopamine smile. What's also interesting is that he could at will go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya spiritual healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
How meditation impacts the brain, let us now understand about prayer and how it can be the best stress buster.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand, nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
So now, let us look at the next method to protect yourself from COVID-19, as revealed by Devi Parashakti. Surrendering to Devi through social media. During the Akashik reading, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attends to us individually through our prayers and showers us with blessings and boons. Let us now see how we can connect Devi Parashakti through social media. So the first way you can connect with Devi is through the YouTube channel, Kailasa's SPH and NITHYANANDA YouTube channel, and you can go ahead and join as a member. And during the live Parashakti Akashik reading, you can ask your questions in the comment section. The next way is to like and follow Kailasa's SPH and NITHYANANDA Paramashivam on Facebook. And you can ask your questions again in the comment section of the live Parashakti Akashik reading. And the next way is to follow at Nityananda on Twitter. And you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. And you can also follow at Nityananda on Instagram and ask your questions in the comment section of the photo. And you can also lastly ask your questions via WhatsApp. So you can go to kailasa.org and you will see a WhatsApp chat box that pops up and you can ask your questions there.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி.
காளியின்
Devi Parashakti via social media, and you can receive the blessing to protect yourself from COVID-19. The next way is to worship Devi by doing the fire walking wherever she resides. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that fire walking is an alchemy process. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, our rishis and munis have been adepts and masters in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe, in every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, spiritual techniques, religious rituals, anything that they design is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all, because that fire walking time, that small blisters you get, it shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem. It's actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season. And especially that is done very traditionally, systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problems. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length, the burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk, with the traditional powerful music, which activates your lymph system. That mukulam, we call it, in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck, and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on fire. Not just like that, you will walk on fire. You will first awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on fire in the 11 feet fire pit. So now let us understand the science behind fire walking as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet. Because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of fireworking.
Now that we've understood science.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய்
Now let us look at what modern science has understood about firewalking. A study conducted by the U.S. National Study of Medicine's the National Institute of Health regarding the various effects and benefits of firewalking shows that firewalking increases the levels of happiness and lowers the fatigue levels in people who participated in firewalking compared to those who did not participate in firewalking. The next method revealed by Devi Parashakti to protect yourself from COVID-19 is applying turmeric on the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. So first, let us understand the benefits of neem juice as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring Karumari's grace wherever we started ashram. Nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. You will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice. You release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder. If a woman irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. You will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice. You release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder. If a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi. She is embodiment of Karumari because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Japa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology thinks. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Blessings to all of you. Start manifesting powers. Now,
Now that we've understood the benefits of neem, just let us look at the benefits of turmeric. As we all know, traditionally, turmeric is known for its anti-inflammatory effects, but it has also been shown recently to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells, which are all immune cells. And curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. So this research by the U.S. National Center for Biotechnology Information shows that turmeric can modulate the activation of various immune cells as well as enhance the body's antibody response. So overall, this strengthens your immune system. And with a strengthened immune system, you will be much more likely to stay healthy and protected from COVID-19. And in India.com, it was also reported that neem can help you fight against corona. And it was also reported that turmeric and neem are effective against coronavirus, according to a KG&Q study. The next method revealed by Devi Parashakti to protect yourself from COVID-19 is with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion peel and going to sleep. So this is a very simple way to protect yourself. So you can just put onion or banana peel on your meal, put a sock over it, and go to sleep. And in the morning, your whole body will be detoxified, and you will be completely protected from COVID-19, as revealed by Devi Parash. And Medical Daily has reported about the detoxifying effect of onion, and it states that onions contain a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onion a recognizable smell, but are also powerful detoxifying agents with more than 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear. Onions can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease, which is why it's traditionally known in Hindu medicine for its medicinal uses and for the treatment of various diseases. And a review in the Journal of Phytotherapy on the detoxifying effects of onion states that compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which includes anti-carcinogenic properties, antiplatelet activity, antithrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic, and antibiotic effects. So now the next method is being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. So now let us understand these signs of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. It's similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, We hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Now that you've understood these signs of unclutching, you can spend a few minutes in your day to experience the state of unclutching. So sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and have your eyes closed. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Whenever you find some time in your day, just 5 or 10 minutes, take some time and experience this unclutching. Do not engage with any thoughts or emotions during this time. Purely let the space of unclutching manifest inside of you. Chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivam. And you can also play the Mahavakya online on YouTube and experience this state of unclutching. And when you do this, you can also sign up for Minutes for Peace at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. We will be projecting that in a few minutes. Experience this state of unclutching. The next method is doing the Ajaba Ajaba of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. A study conducted by the U.S. National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting clearly establishes how the Ajaba Ajaba, the chanting, has a direct and positive benefit for the physical health as well as the mental well-being. The study correlates the chanting of the Ajaba Ajaba to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and anxiety, epilepsy. You can see more of the study here. And another study conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto establishes how human intentions and words or thoughts can change the molecular structural formation in water. This research clearly depicts how water, when water is exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation in the water changes to a very pleasant formation, whereas any negative sound vibrations or words can actually disfigure or distort the water molecular formation. And in the next slide, we will see how water reacts when it is exposed to positive sound vibrations like words like compassion, thank you, and wisdom. You can see how it forms these beautiful snowflake-like structures, whereas when water is exposed to negative sound vibrations or words like I will kill you, you fool, or heavy metal music, you can see how the water molecule becomes disfigured or distorted, disintegrated. And you can imagine what happens inside of your own body, which is composed of up to 60% water, when you chant the Ajaba Ajaba, the chanting of the powerful sacred mantra. And if you can go back to the previous slide, please. We can go back to the previous slide, please. So if you do take a few minutes in your day, you either practice untouching or the Ajaba Ajaba, you can sign up your minutes for peace at kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. That's MINUTES, the number 4, peace, PEACE. So you can sign up your minutes for peace and contribute your practice and contribute this to the whole of humanity. So now let us look at the next method to protect yourself from COVID-19, which is being in a state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as aham, aham, in the Ananda Spurana. So just being in the constant state of remembrance of the divine, not having to actively remember or neither forgetting, just constantly being in that high state will not only protect you from COVID-19, but will keep you in a state of high consciousness at all times. So now with this, that we've understood all the 8 methods revealed by Devi Parashakti to protect yourself from COVID-19, we'll be concluding this portion of the program. And each of these 8 methods, if we can stop the screen here, so each of these 8 methods is independently powerful enough to protect you from COVID-19. So you could practice any of these methods and ensure that you and your family are protected during this time, during this pralaya. And one of the first methods that Devi Parashakti revealed is to pray and meditate upon Devi. So in this next segment, we'll be understanding some of the ways that we can connect with Devi and pray to her, relate with her, and experience the oneness with Devi through the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. So now we'll be entering into the offering segment where you can offer your gratitude and love to Devi Parashakti herself. As all of us know, Devi has first been guiding us and blessing us. She has revealed 8 methods to protect yourself, and which are easily accessible to anyone. Anyone can use, that Devi herself has ensured that you will be protected during this time. So if you are just overflowing with gratitude and love for your cosmic mother, you can stay tuned for this next segment and understand some of the ways that you can offer your love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti. And recently, in the darshan, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that when you are making when you have the desire to even make an offering, it is only through the grace of the divine, the grace of Swamiji, that you are even having this desire to make this offering. And it is only because the divine, Swamiji, Devi, are ready to shower upon you that you are even having this intention. So if you're having this intention to offer your love and gratitude to your divine cosmic mother, to Swamiji, you can stay tuned for this next segment.
Nityananda, and welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning more about the various traditional offerings we can offer to Devi Parashakti today as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings and prepare to welcome and celebrate her happening in our lives. In the Hindu tradition, the offerings are a pure gift of love, devotion and oneness, an expression of the sacred sentiments of the devotees for the divine. And it is a celebration of the happening of the divine in their lives and an expression of the gratitude for the divine. And when the divine accepts one offers, the offering becomes complete. The offerings are not made out of fear or greed, but as a pure expression of the love and devotion. So you can make your offerings today, the traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti, as you get ready to receive her darshan and welcome her into your home, into your space, and celebrate her happening in your lives. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela, played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. So now, as we get ready to make our traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti and prepare to receive her darshan and blessings, let us look at this Dhyana Shloka which describes the beauty and splendor of Devi Parashakti. This verse is from the Moola Agma Manonmani Dhyana, and it says, Indu nibhaveda karavahinayanam syat pankajavara japakshara sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitra vasanam syat tungamakutojvala manonmani swarupam. The translation of this verse, it says, moon-like face, holding Veda books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower bracing and blessing hands, and one hand with Sapamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse on Devi Parashakti describes, ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां दधानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिविपूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. The translation of this verse, it says, I meditate on Devi with three eyes, glowing like a moon and holding the Veda, the lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the sacred ornaments and the divine element of gold. And the gold is a sacred element which is mentioned in all the Hindu scriptures and is used traditionally for worship in the temples, in all the offerings to the divine. It's used in abundance in the temples and rituals. So let us look at this verse from the Atharva Veda which describes the significance of this divine element of gold. This verse says, Tredhajutam janmanedam hiranyam agnirekam priyatamam babhuva somasvaikyam insitasya parapatata Apamekam vedasam deta ahutate danyam tridastvai vishe. The translation for this verse, it says, triply born by birth is his gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One let fall the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Gold is a divine element in the Hindu tradition. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and spiritual power of healing and enlightenment. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and in anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the Hindu scriptures, in the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, Puranas. In all the scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge arteries made of gold. The horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in the Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So let us now look at the various e-Hindi offerings and the traditional offerings that can be offered to Devi Parashakti. The e-Hindi offerings are similar to the Hindi in the traditional temples, where you can offer any token of gratitude, love, and devotion. You can offer anything, any amount that you would wish to offer, and you can make this offering. And when you receive the darshan of the divine, so you can make the offerings of the e-Hindi on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas. And Devi is described as Bhakti Priya, the one who is fond of true devotion. So let us look at this verse from Saundarya Hari, which describes Devi Parashakti's love for true devotion. It says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Kamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhaya Paha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. The translation of this verse, it says Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the road of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharda herself, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is described as Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness on her devotees. And you can make your offering of gratitude and devotion, your Kanika, to Devi Parashakti through the e-Hindi offerings at www.kailasamela.com/sevas, and you're blessed with the grace and compassion of Devi Parashakti in all your endeavors. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution. And this verse from Devi Mahatma, chapter 12, verse 34, describes Sayai tanmokyate vishwam shaiva vishwam tasuyate saya chitta vijnanam tushta rutim prayaschati. The translation of this verse says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with the fruition of all the desires and wishes that is yearning for. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakas. Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita in the Lalita Sahasranama. It means she is the one who likes the repetition of her various names. And this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnaka, so the pure gold coin, which is inscribed with one of each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering in 3 different denominations and offer any number of coins of your choice. And when you make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the sacred names of Devi Parashakti which are inscribed on each coin, which describe her Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself. And we are blessed to also imbibe these very same divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. So you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta, the gold ring embedded with pearl. And Devi is described as the one who's adorned with pearls and gems. Let us look at this verse which describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti adorned in garments of pearl. This verse says, Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham Shinjanupura kinkini manidharam padma prabha bhasuram Sarvabhita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunya varam nidhim. The translation for this verse, it says, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. We can make this offering of the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, the Mukta Anguti, to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings to be showered by her pure love and compassion in all the business endeavors. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and the Mukta Anguti can be offered in 3 different sizes on the website. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. This Kamikagama verse describes the significance of the gold lotus, one of the many significances of gold lotus, which is described here. And this verse is Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbhavarana Samyutam Sarve Sasutra Vastradya Hema Pankaja Bhushitaha Sapidana Sat Purachascha Pakva Bilva Palaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvitaha. The translation of this verse, it says, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashivam. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate in the Hindu tradition involving the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is the lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who is about to bloom. You can make this offering of the gold lotus in any size that you wish to offer, and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life. In the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Vikti, the gold touring. And this verse from the Saundarya Lahari describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti's sacred lotus feet. It says, Nakadidi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhadala Parakrita Saroruha. The translation of this verse, it says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. And we can make the offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold touring to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred lotus feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of life. You can make this offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold touring, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is described as Sudhashara Vivarshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara Chakra, but she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Swarna Mangtika represents the nectar overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. You can make this offering of the Swarna Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And in the Saundarya Lahari, it is described that the illuminate splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet, and her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. It also states that the nails which have been Devi's toenails, which have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi, the tamas, which is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees, is removed, and they attain the ultimate knowledge. And by offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru, we are blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasamidana, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan NITHYANANDA Paramashivam, the Nijavatar of Devi Parashakti herself. You can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Vastra Set, the sacred cloth. And this is a traditional offering offered to the divine as a mark of gratitude, as a token of gratitude for the continued protection and blessings of the divine in our lives at all times. So you can make this offering of the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth, to Devi Parashakti, and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Guru Mahasamidana, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Paramashivam. You can make this offering also on the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas. Here is a summary of the various offerings that we can offer to Devi Parashakti today as you get ready to receive the darshan and blessings and welcome and celebrate her happening in your lives. So you can make the offering of the e-hundi, which can be offered in multiple currencies and in any amount of your choice. The Sankalpa chanting, which is the offering of the conscious resolution. The Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasa, which is the pure gold coin, each coin inspired with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This offering can be made in 3 different denominations and any number of coins of your choice. You can also make the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, gold ring embedded with pearl in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, can be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti, the gold touring dado, and the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering also on the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas. The Swarna Manktika, the gold hairline unity, which represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. You can make this offering to Devi Parashakti on the website. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru, and make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas. And the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. You can also make this offering on the website. So let us now look at the website where you can make all of these traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings today and celebrate her happening in her life. So here you can see the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas, and you can scroll down to the links for Devi Parashakti. You can make the offerings at the links on step 2. You can make the traditional offerings of the ornaments and sevas on this link here, and you can also make the offerings of the e-hundi by clicking on the link for e-hundi offerings. And if you'd like to make an intention to make an offering today, and if you'd like for the intention to be blessed by Devi Parashakti, to manifest your intention into reality, you can fill out the form on the link on step 1. And if you've made traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti and would like to offer a conscious resolution for yourself and your family members, you can also fill out the Sankalpa form on step 3 with the details of yourself and your family members. So here you can make the e-hundi offerings in multiple currencies of US dollars, Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, Canadian dollars, euros, Indian rupees, Singaporean dollars, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any amount of your choice. And you can also make the traditional offerings of the ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti on this website, where you can offer the conscious resolution. The Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasa, the pure gold coin inspired with the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins of your choice. The Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, you can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, you can make this offering also in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti, the gold to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry representing the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Vastra Seva, and any of the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti. You can make the offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And as we get ready to receive darshan of Devi Parashakti, you can also prepare with your traditional offerings to welcome and celebrate Devi Parashakti. So with that, now we'll be moving to the
Nityanandam everyone, welcome back to this segment of Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Chadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learned from this segment today is concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19 pandemic. What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's contributions for global peace, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spiritual solutions for COVID-19, and Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center, some glimpses, and why temple-based ecosystems. And UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions. The crisis that we are under. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now let us see some of the statistics and current news across the world. In Australia, reported a record number of coronavirus cases when the country continues to battle the third wave of COVID-19 infections. The World Health Organization makes a big statement about the Delta variant of COVID-19. The COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 1919 did. The 1918 flu infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 676,000 deaths. COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. Now that the US death toll from COVID-19 has surpassed 676,000, the coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did. Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. So COVID-19 has now officially US deadliest pandemic as the death toll crosses that of the 1918 to 19 flu. People infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than the original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. COVID-19 Delta variant still most concerning, says the World Health Organization experts. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others. Senior officials with the World Health Organization said recently, in US, COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control in the United States, says the chief medical advisor, Mr. Anthony Fauci. He said, right now, we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide a booster shot of the virus, of the vaccine, as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the US, according to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci added. According to the World Economic Forum, COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. Not only it is a great cause of concern for our physical health, fatalities, mental health, but as the violent incidences increased after the COVID-19 pandemic, it is making the world less peaceful. Younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Sorry for the technical glitch. Self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, depression was 15%, and now during the COVID-19 pandemic, it rose up to 40.7%. And the anxiety was 29% before the pandemic, now it rose up to 72%. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women, nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. And nearly 70% of the women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned, their career growth may be limited as a result. The World Bank Global Economic Outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. COVID-19 has worsened the already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. Mumbai Mayor says the third wave of coronavirus is already here. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A little over 25% of the healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. A new COVID-19 variant, Mu, shows signs of vaccine resistance. So now we have seen the situation across the world of the pandemic affecting not just the physical health, fatalities, but the mental health, affecting especially the younger generations and the rest of the population. It just how the numbers have shoot up what it was earlier, and the increase in the violent incidences now making the world less peaceful. So how to cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic? It's important to address COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. The global COVID pandemic virus has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life, as it had been experienced even back in February 2020, is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. So especially if you are in India, join the Kailasa COVID Care Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible if we start now. Making peace with the nature is possible if we start now. Even amid pandemic, the 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small clip, Making Peace with the Nature. World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage must is more universal. Grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around the health emergency. Concerns affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitement to violence. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contribution towards the global peace. Vedic tradition beautifully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pushyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tadona vigagupshate. Isha Upanishad, verse 6. Global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village or the whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnations, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. So global peace is the byproduct of individual peace. So how do we achieve this individual peace? Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes, given various solutions, one great solution is practicing completion and practicing unclutching. So let us understand more detail in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with the nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others, burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people signs of completion and facilitating Samskara Dahana Kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do Samskara Dahana Kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the Samskara Dahana Kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with these signs. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be a better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be a better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be a better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the signs of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful signs. Does so much to human beings, not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, this inner space, so much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita, strength of Advaita. Today the inner awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others.
Now we are going to listen that self-transformation is the secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you see, if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help. Because in the last 2000 years, 3000 revolutions have happened. But still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help. Only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means, I'll tell. Social answer.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, Sri Kailas is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully. Listen.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, every prayer in Hinduism begins with peace, ends with peace, and every Hindu should take the responsibility for this.
Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years. How many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the Supreme Pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every chanting, Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. What the work we do will talk for us, the talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us, the talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living, practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world.
Now, let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's contributions. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu Diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social, emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism of Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivam program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity by starting Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost 3 million minutes Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, that is sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting, 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7. And providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation. Initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities into the Kailas courtyard sessions, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from the various Ayurvedic solutions, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truths and give a conscious breakthrough in the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities, helping humanity to cope up with the insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves, learn and cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, that is free food in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tiruvannamalai, Los Angeles, and various other adhinams. paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and the several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims. Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Devi Parashakti, Akashik reading these cosmic revelations. Now, let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings' blind spots and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization, our country, our nation has blind spots when he develops a vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it's time that nature, Prakriti, resets itself, and many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya, which is happening, is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone. Let us celebrate God. This isolation, which is seemingly endless, with an unknown future, which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwelt upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing Ajapa Japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, and consciously building a deep healing connection, and yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, nirahara samyama. Now, it's a time we all take responsibility to save humanity, to protect people from this pandemic fatigue destruction. Let us try to enrich people for every one of these great spiritual solutions. All the solutions are free, open for all. Let us take few minutes now to share with as many people as possible. Let us save the world and let us give them the experience of unclutching. That is Nirvikalpa Samadhi initiation, and save people from this pandemic fatigue and epidemic fatigue, destruction and delusion. Help people to have a super consciousness breakthrough and sail through this pandemic. People, this unclutching Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna practicing by people from over 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing this unclutching meditation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and started from 13th May Indian Standard Time. At any given time, there are 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. Join this movement at http://kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truths, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aims to reduce crime globally by conducting the mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of community practiced the meditation and pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. And now we can see the glimpses of an event. About 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddha Tvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in the United States in Los Angeles since 2007. Nityananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for the world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States of America. The second confluence for world peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread past to other countries like including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. And one of the greatest contributions that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing is initiating hundreds and thousands of people into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into the Nityananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with the violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, that is spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirants to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation, reviving the original spiritual context. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individual and collective peace as a natural consequence. United Nations Environmental Program. Food system hold key to ending the world hunger. Effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, the UN has noted a dramatic increase in the world hunger. According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019. According to the Eat Lancet Commission, moving towards diets with a diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than the saturated fats, and limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed foods, and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult deaths each year. Under the No Hunger Project, the Red Home, through the Anna Alliance, the food donation centers, the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies of worldwide, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served over 5 billion organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving the free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. Now, recently, under the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the opening of Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers, free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. The participants of the COVID care program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle in the multi-layered protection. They enjoy a stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, daily puja, daily temple services, ghar seva, and celebrating festivals, and they live with joy, peace, and bliss, having a spiritual conscious breakthrough. So join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below at https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as reviving the temple-based ecosystems across the world. So why temple-based ecosystem? Let's understand more. Now, in this time of COVID-19 is rampant, and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease. The devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt. After the lockdowns have taken place, the religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining about science of temples.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit superconsciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the superconsciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with superconsciousness. The mechanism which connects with the superconsciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures. They are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the superconsciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is a place from where continuous superconsciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. See, the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings are so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. So, an example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
जीवन्मुक्ति
On various occasions, Devi Parashakti revealed to the world in her Akashik readings that the various steps and the importance of going to Adi Kailas to protect from this pandemic. On 18th June 2021, Devi revealed that for saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa. Best life is there. Before Corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that the soil of Adi Kailasa is Sarvaroga Nivarini. That means the cure for all diseases. For all the diseases in the world, Paramashakti, myself taking the form of Nityananda as Nija Avatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting all powers. The very soil was converted into great medicine that solves all karmas. So when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. Various COVID care centers opened across India are Adi Kailas in Biddi, Bangalore, Salem, Tirunamalai, Rajapalam, Pattanam Adinam, Srirangapadi Adinam, Madurai, Avatipalam, Hosur, all from Tamil Nadu, and Sripuram Adinam from Hyderabad, and Baroda Adinam from Gujarat, Puduvai Adinam from Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers open across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and also various spiritual services offered during these pandemic in the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, cosmic revelations on the global pandemic, free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, which are include allopathy, Ayurvedic, Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layer quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, organic farming. So join the Kailasa's COVID care production centers and register now through the link below with https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives, a one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and prevention COVID care in this testing time of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through the free food bank, that is Annadan, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healings online. Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. So, Kailasa's report and recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country, and persons require true multilateralism, governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions to multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on individual pandemic management, leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, providing food security and traditional Hindu medicines. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations and published in their website www.oschr.org. You can also find this article on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook profile page. You can download this article and read the full article by yourself. Now join the Kailasa COVID Care Protection Centers and register now through the link below, especially if you are in India. https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now we have the live Sundareshwara Sayidya Samadhi Bhava Samadhi Darshan upcoming at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Let's get prepared for that. We are going to move on to the next part of our segment after a very short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nityananda, and welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning about Ilayanar Sundareshwara Paramashwara Parampuru Sayidya Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara, and prepare for the darshan, the Sayidya Samadhi Darshan. So what is the Sundareshwara Paramashwara Sayidya Samadhi Darshan? Is where you manifest the superconscious experience of Shiva Sayidya Samadhi through the darshan of Ilayanar Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashivam. So get ready for the rare and unique, powerful initiation into God equation to make human beings into and let us now watch this video where Bhagavan Sundareshwara himself has revealed about the Sundareshwara Sayidya Samadhi Darshan.
Shave, shave, shave. Paramashiva, I will manifest the physics of my existence. Cognize this in your Hridaya Akasha, in the Gandha. You will experience my existence. Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The countless uncountable by any visualized, assumed mathematics. Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, gets liberated inside me. For all the countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated. I am the space.
Bhagavan Sundareshwara beautifully revealed, I will manifest the physics of my existence. You will experience my existence. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, the countless, uncountable by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get diluted inside me, gets liberated inside me, for all the countless Brahmandas exist to get created, to get sustained, to get I am the space. Let's also now look at the United Nations, a new scientific report from the Interchange. Yes, we apologize for the technical glitch. So let us now look at the condition, the situation of our world today. According to the United Nations, a new scientific report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, warns that we are on a crash course towards catastrophe if global temperatures are allowed to rise. The window to slow or even halt some of these worsening impacts is rapidly closing, and the message is clear: we must take action now. So here you can see the chart of the climate risks at a global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius versus a global warming of 2 degrees Celsius, where the extreme weather with 1.5 degree Celsius increase, there's a 100% increase in flood risk, and with just 2% Celsius, 2 degrees Celsius increase in the weather could lead to 170% increase in the flood risk across the globe. And with the species with 1.5 degrees Celsius increase, 6% of insects, 8% of plants, 4% of vertebrates would be affected, and with 2 degrees Celsius increase, 18% of insects, 16% of plants, and 8% of vertebrates will be affected. So you can see with every aspect of life on planet Earth, the water availability, the Arctic sea ice melting, and the population of the people, With 1.5 degrees Celsius, 9% of the world's population would be exposed to extreme heat waves once in 20 years. And with 2 degrees Celsius increase, 28% of the world's population would be exposed to extreme heat every once in 20 years. The sea levels are expected to rise. 46 million to 49 million people could be impacted by the sea level rise by the year 2100. And the oceans, the coral reefs could get virtually extinct at 2 degrees Celsius increase in global warming. And with every half degree of global warming would consistently lead to lower yields and lower nutritional content in tropical regions in the food. So we have catastrophic effects of the global warming, and this research shows these risks. So let us now look at a video by the United Nations, which describes the state of our world today.
In 2019, fire was spreading throughout our planet, quite literally, in places like Australia and the Amazon basin, where forest blazes supercharged by climate change wreaked havoc. In other places, mass protests flared up, fueled by a combination of job insecurity, growing inequalities, and discontent with the current economic, social, and environmental status quo. The economy has slowed down globally, stifled by trade tensions and political uncertainty. The little growth we have had has failed to reach those who need it the most. Progress towards higher living standards has stalled for many countries and vulnerable groups of people. This has only deepened inequalities which were already growing in many countries, spurred on by automation, climate change, and other global trends.
So according to the World Health Organization, the total cases globally for COVID-19 is over 221 million to date. And Healthline.com states that new COVID cases have risen to more than 150,000 per day in the United States. And experts have warned that with emerging variants, it would lead to another surge in cases. So you can see the impact of COVID-19 on the world health and world economy. And it is during this time of crisis on planet Earth that Bhagavan Sundareshwara has come down to earth with such extreme compassion for humanity. He states, "O bound souls, listen intensely. Your impossibility and irresponsibility made you surrender yourself to the delusion. Cognize the ultimate truth. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. The moment you remember me, call me, I'm here for you." Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the greatest and unique manifestation of Paramashiva as a complete manifestation. He assumes physical, subtle, light bodies as and when he wants, plays with all the physical reality and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, deletes anything in this physical plane as he likes without even a reason, just for fun. And sometimes they manifest as Meenakshi and Sundareshwara as two bodies, one being, and sometimes as both in one body. That's the reason all his manifestation and plays are called Thiruvilayadu or Leela. And due to his causeless, limitless compassion, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru is manifesting in all his glory as Purna Avatara through this being Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam as Nityavatara. From the Shuddhadvaita Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi space, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru will be manifesting. Through the supreme manifestation, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru will give darshan bless and shower boons as Leela, Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, as Swamiji, just to continue his legacy and Leela. To continue being available to all of us, playing his divine Leela, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers, and continuing the legacy as the ruler of the whole of Madurai, Shamala Pita, Sarvanya Pita, as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity. And when you witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, your neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, our entire body silently and without movement recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And as an effect of the mirroring neurons, all the powerful cognitions and powers of Bhagavan Sundareshwara are mirrored in you. So what is the God equation Bhagavan Sundareshwara reveals? He says, exhale intensely whatever you have, Paramashiva will inhale in you, is the God equation. Nothing is more powerful than power manifestation science. It is the most exciting spiritual science. And when you decide to manifest powers again and again and again, you know Paramashiva is within you and he is manifesting. You fall in love with Paramashiva every minute. If he manifests, you know he is real and he is manifesting. Even if you don't manifest what you declared, you will manifest the jnana and vijnana, the knowledge and understanding. Possibilities and powers of Paramashiva will manifest in all of you now. So let us now understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, who is giving us this beautiful science, powerful science of power manifestation and guiding all of humanity to a superconscious state. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham, the Tondai Mandala Adinam. He is the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsha Surangi Samrajyam. He is the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvanya Peetham, and he is the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order. So here you can see some of the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham, the Tondai Mandala Adinam. And here, as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsha Suranga Samrajyam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is offering the sacred rituals and the consecration of the deities, is performing the sacred rituals and the consecration of the deities at the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Order. And here you can see the pictures of the coronation and the celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsha Suranga Samrajya. And here we have a few more pictures of the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa and the Shamalapita Sarvangapriti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai, the oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom at the age of 34 in the year 2012, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism assuming the responsibilities as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai in the year 2012. And here we have some pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, being honored at the Kumbh Mela by the various Mahamandaleshwars and the leaders of the Akadas present at the Kumbh Mela. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, the head of all spiritual leaders of Atal Akada, the ancient ethics body of Hinduism. He is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders and pontiffs. And here we have a few more pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with leaders of the Akhada and with his Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans and Sannyasis. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read and watched. He has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of the books and articles have been sold, read and downloaded. Over 10,000 hours of discourses have been uploaded into the YouTube channels. Is enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally. Is respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras and many more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, is the reviver of the 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, the Rudras, the Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, Sannyasis, is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, the Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University in the world, with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. He is the establisher of 1,000+ Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems. He is the founder and reviver of 100 Sarvangapitas. He is a collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm-leaf scriptures and over 20 million digital books. And here you can see the various spiritual de facto embassies of Kailasa established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He has established over 22 Hindu universities, 186 extended campuses of Nithyananda Hindu University, 242 Nithyananda Gurukuls, 22 Nithyananda Jnanalayas, 38 temple monastic complexes, 2,175 Paramashiva shakas, 1,898 youth centers, 19 kingdoms of Sarvagna Pitas, 25 e-Kailasas, 1,898 ASP centers, 120 temples, 5,334 healing centers, 22 food banks, 12 animal shelters, 34 satsang temples, 418 Paduka Mandirs, 2,175 satsang centers. These are all the various spiritual de facto embassies of Kailasa established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism over these just a few years of this public life. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's peace walks, the Padayatras, cover over 100,000 kilometers and have gifted the science of spiritual healing to over 2 million human settlement thus far. So you can see here a pictorial depiction of the various Padayatras undertaken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Padayatra in 2000, which covered over 15,000 kilometers. The World Tour Yatra after the year 2000, which covered 4,000 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra, which covered more than 5,060 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra in 2005, which covered over 7,000 kilometers. The Korikandra Yatra, which covered 960 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra, again, which covered 6,000 kilometers. The Cambodia Yatra, which covered more than 1,000 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra, which covered more than 6,000 kilometers. The Korikandra Yatra, again, which covered 960 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra, which covered more than 5,608 kilometers. The Himalaya Yatra in 2010, which covered over 4,580 kilometers. The Tiruvannamalai Yatra, which covered more than 300 kilometers. The Kailash Yatra, which covered more than 600 kilometers. The India Tour Yatra, which covered more than 5,000 kilometers. The Bali Yatra in 2014, which covered more than 1,000 kilometers. And the Vijaya Yatra, which covered over 300 kilometers. So all of these various Padayatras over these last couple of decades, the peace walks of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which have covered over 100,000 kilometers and gifted the science of spiritual healing to more than 2 million human settlement so far. And let us now understand who is Bhagavan Sundareshwara. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared, Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru is the manifestation of the beauty of cosmos in flesh and bones. Irayanar Sundareshwara is the embodiment of superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory. Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru, as the complete manifestation of Paramashiva, assumes physical, subtle, light bodies as and when he wants as his divine manifestation. He plays with all the physical reality and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, deletes anything in this physical plane as he likes without even a reason. Irayanar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parampuru is the greatest, unique and complete manifestation of Paramashiva. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory. He came down as the most handsome form to marry Devi Meenakshi and administer the city of Madurai. The kingdom of Madurai, known as the Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvagna, the oldest Hindu papal state and enlightenment ecosystem, was established by Paramashiva. The kingdom of Madurai was later revived by Lord Sundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, who as the deities and incarnates of Paramashiva ruled over Madurai, revived the foundation pillars of it as the highest living stream of spiritual sciences. And to ensure that this tradition continues to elevate humanity for millennia, the enthroned Sundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, who was enthroned to continue the lineage of the Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. And here we can see a few more pictures of the lineage of masters, the Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. And this verse describes the lineage of the Guru Parampara. It says, Guru Paramparayatam Adrishtam Sarvavadibihi Bhavabhanta Vimokshatham Paramam Sarvatomukham. And it describes the supreme discipline of Adi Shaiva tradition has been coming down to the continuous lineage of the Guru disciple Adi Shaiva Guru Parampara from time immemorial. This has been formulated for the attainment of complete liberation from the repeated phenomenon of birth and death. This is supreme in its kind and concerned with the ultimate benefit of this is supreme in its kind and is concerned with the ultimate benefit of all the souls. And here you can see the pictures of the Guru Mahasannidhanams of the Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. You will see the 288th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. Srila Sri Arumuga Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami. The 289th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. Rao Bahadur Sri Swaminath Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami. The 299th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. Srila Sri Swaminath Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami. And the 291st Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. Srila Sri Somasundara Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami. And as the lineage of living masters continues, the Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam's rare and sacred lineage of pontiffs has been systematically carried over in an unbroken progression from the ages. The chosen emissaries of Lord Bhagavan Paramashivam and Devi Meenakshi, the Guru Mahasannidhanams, the pontiffs of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, are the direct representatives of the cosmos. And here we see the pictures. The 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. Srila Sri Arunagirinatha Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami. And now the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita. Bhagavan Srila Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami. On the 27th April 2012, Srila Sri Nityananda Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami was formally appointed as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, and is the lawful successor, descendant, and inheritor invested with all the powers, duties, obligations to perform the rituals, spiritual, religious, and customary rites vested in the Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, has been reviving its spiritual, religious, and linguistic epicenters to its original glory. And now, let us watch a video which describes the history of Kailasa and the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, Madurai Adinam, which is the world's oldest Hindu establishment.
The ancient temple town of Madurai in southern India boasts of a 2,500-year-old history of spirituality. Historians trace Madurai's existence back to the 3rd century BC, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities of the world. Legend says that Madurai was established by the cosmic mother herself, who incarnated as Princess Meenakshi, daughter of the pious king Malayadwaja Pandian. An able queen and a fearless warrior, Meenakshi expanded her empire right up to Kailash in current China. But when she came face to face with the Lord of Kailash, Shiva himself, she recognized him as her eternal consort and dropped her arms to become Shiva's companion for life.
Along with Shiva, also known as Sundareshwara or the beautiful Lord, Meenakshi reigned over her kingdom for a glorious 166 years.
In course of time, with the rise of Jainism as a religious force, Madurai too fell to its powerful influence, and Shaivism all but vanished from the sacred kingdom where Shiva himself had once walked the earth. The renaissance of Shaivism in Madurai was the sacred task of a child incarnation, Tirunjana Sambandar, one of the 4 visionary saints of Shaiva Siddhanta tradition. The story goes that as a baby, Tirunjana Sambandar was once nourished by the milk of enlightenment from the cosmic mother herself. This child prodigy arrived in Madurai to effortlessly defeat the learned Jain monks with his wisdom, healing powers, and spiritual prowess, and restored Madurai to her beloved religion, Shaivism, by reviving the ancient Madurai Adinam and the Meenakshi temple, which had fallen to desolate ruin. Madurai Adinam is today the world's oldest living Hindu organization, with a recorded history alone spanning a glorious 1,500 years and an unbroken lineage of illustrious pontiffs to this very day. Over the centuries, Madurai Adinam has been patronized by the likes of Tipu Sultan, Robert Nobili, and the poet saint Vallalar. The pontiff of the Madurai Adinam is known by the title Guru Mahasannidhanam and inherits the responsibility of carrying forward the traditions of Tirunjana Sambandar's sacred work.
On 27th April 2012, a new era began in the history of Madurai Adinam. The 292nd Pontiff, Srila Shri Arunagirinatha Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swamigal, guided by intuition and inducement by Lord Shiva, coronated a charismatic young saint as the 293rd Pontiff of the Madurai Adinam.
An accomplished yogi, a pragmatic social visionary, and an adept in mystical sciences, His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda is revered as a divine incarnation by millions worldwide. Within weeks of his ascent to the sacred throne, he brought about sweeping changes to the Adinam, including the renovation of the ancient monastery, Annadan, free food for thousands every day, free medical camps, yoga classes, scriptural study, spiritual healing, and meditation programs. The traditional Adinam now has a website, and thousands participate in the morning worship and spiritual talks via live streaming and two-way video conferencing. Vast properties belonging to the Adinam are being reclaimed from illegal encroachment. Its numerous temples are being restored to sanctity, and the neighboring villages are being adopted, with basic amenities, education, and medical care being provided for all. His Holiness dreams of an authentic Vedic renaissance for which India has already waited too long.
Here, I take the commitment of making Madurai Adinam as an international religious organization. We will fulfill all the responsibilities of Madurai Adinam, make Hindu tradition
Shaiva tradition alive, revived, lived, celebrated all over the world.
With a brand new pontiff at its helm, Madurai Adinam promises to be more than just another traditional monastery. As a whole generation turns to spirituality for answers, the changes at Madurai Adinam mirror the changing role of spiritual organizations today as power centers and guiding forces, forging the enlightened government of the new world.
And today, for all of humanity, out of the billions of people on planet Earth, we are the most blessed people. For us, Sundareshwara is not a history, it's a happening. Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as Swamiji, the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, to revive Hinduism and to continue being available to all of us, playing his divine Leela, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers, and continuing the legacy as a ruler of the whole of Madurai. Shamala Pita Sarvagnapitam, as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity. And in the Shiva Leelarnama, it is described that Paramashiva assumed the physical body 11 times in Madurai just to perform his divine Leelas, and each action the divine energy performs becomes an independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand, Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. So let us now watch the Leela of the healing of the Pandyan king's people, Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva's Leela of healing the Pandyan king's fever. It is also known as the Pandyanika Jwaram Keertani Padalam. And here you can see a pictorial depiction of the various Leelas of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva. In the Thiruvilayadal Puranam, it is a collection of 64 16th century Shaivite devotional epic stories by Paranjoti Munivar, and here it is described they describe the actions of Bhagavan Paramashiva on earth in a number of disguises to test his devotees. So each of Sundareshwara's dimensions are recorded as his one Leela in this collection, Thiruvilayadal Puranam. In the Vedic tradition, we have 64 different arts, and each leader, a complete being, has to master the 64 arts. In that, even horse riding is one, and astrology, horse riding, the mastery in medicine, mastery in surgery, mastery in painting, mastery of dance. Each Leela of Sundareshwara proves his mastery on each art. And there was never ever such an amazing imagination or visualization of the ultimate without reducing its Ananta Kalyana Gunas into the human level. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is discourses on the Shiva. So you can watch this video on the YouTube where Bhagavan Sundareshwara's Leelas in Madurai. So you can watch this video on YouTube. And let us understand further who are the Nayanmars or the Nayanars. The Nayanars or Nayanmars were a group of 63 saints living in Tamil Nadu during the 3rd to the 8th centuries CE who were devoted to Paramashiva. The list of the Nayanmars was initially compiled by Sundarar or Sundaramurti Nayanar, and in his poem Tiruttondathugai he sings in 11 verses the names of the Nayanar saints up to Karekkallammayar and refers to himself as the servant of servants. The list goes into the detail of the lives of the saints, which were described in detail in the works such as Devara. And in the Shiva Leela describes that Paramashiva assumed the physical body 11 times in Madurai just to perform his divine Leelas. Each action the divine energy performs becomes an independent entity. And if you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand, Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, faithfulness. The best way to connect with Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva is through Leela Dhyana. Today, let us meditate on the 62nd Leela from the Shiva Leela Tama, the Pandyanukku Jwaram Tirtha Padalam, the Leela of healing the Pandya king's fever. And these verses which narrate this Leela, it describes in the clan of the Arimarthana Pandya king, a king who was known for his magnanimity and who stood tall due to his widespread fame, was born a king prince with a hunchback, and hence the people called him Poon Pandyam, the Pandya king with the hunchback. Though the king Poon Pandyan took birth in the Pandya clan, which had deep devotion for Paramashiva, due to the ill effect of his long association with Samanar, the people who misunderstood ideas of Jainism to spread violence, he had not only fallen in their trap but had received the initiation too. What to do? It is difficult to revert from the association with wicked people. And in a clan consisting of great devotees of Paramashiva, which was quite sincere and integrated in observing the truths revealed in the Vedas and performing the duties prescribed in the Vedas without any hindrance, a boy named Jnana Sambandar was born. Goddess Parvati herself protected this child by feeding her breast milk to the child who was once struggling without his biological mother. After this incident, people began addressing the child as Jnana Sambandhan or Jnana Puranan, as the child got enlightened in childhood itself by the grace of Goddess Parvati. The child, who was the pride of the Brahmin community, was the incarnation of Lord Muruga. During childhood itself, he learnt all the scriptures, and keeping the Upanishads, the Hindu scriptures which reveal the underlying truths, as the testimony, he clearly explained the supremacy of Bhagavan Paramashivam. Jnana Samandir, being the embodiment of the tattvas like sacred ash, Rudraksha, and the Shadakshara mantra, the Sharavana Bhava of Bhagavan Muruga, was considered as an enlightened being, and some people worshipped him as a result of their good deeds in the past births and won over the evil attacks of the Kali Yuga. While the King Poon Pandya's clan was surrounded by the harmful darkness of ignorance due to the preaching of the Samanar Acharyas, the queen and the minister remained deeply devoted to Paramashiva, who adorned his matted locks with the crescent moon. Once King Poon Pandyan was attacked by extremely high fever and was struggling. All the efforts taken by the Samanar Acharyas of the king to heal the king were unsuccessful. And at that time, for the sake of the king's health, very much treated with Jnana Sambandha, the enlightened master. The enlightened master Jnana Sambandha, while entering the king's palace, remembered the form of Lord Shiva, who always remained using the nectar from the crescent moon adorning his crown, and meditated upon the sacred truth, Shivoham, and looked at the king who was affected. He showered his grace on the king through his eyes. Saint Jnana Sambandha, who was established in the state of enlightenment, which is beyond all rules and regulations of the ashrama dharma, the duties of the 4 stages of life as per the Sanatana Dharma, smeared the sacred good deeds performed by the king in his previous births. He also applied the sacred ash on the chest of the king with his right hand, which had worshipped the divine feet of Bhagavan Paramashiva. While applying the sacred ash, Jnana Sambandha also sang the divine and healing verse Thiruneetrapadikam. On receiving the sacred touch of the divine hands of Jnana Sambandha, which is described in the Rudram, the Vedic chant of Lord Shiva as the most auspicious, the most holy and the healing medicine of the 3 worlds, the king got rid of the high fever instantly. And as the heat existing in the stomach was spreading all over the body, the king was suffering. When the king got rid of that suffering, he became very happy. The queen too became happy about the complete healing of the king. She rejoiced that not only the physical heat of the king got healed, but the religious heat of the samanar, the people who had used misunderstood ideas of Jainism to spread violence, was also put off in the king's life. The physical heat which got removed from the king's body by the graceful eyes of Jnana Sambandha got doubly evolved in the hearts of the Jain monks. And 80,000 Jain monks were living in the 8 mountains all over the earth. They were adept in many various forms of pranayama, and when they got defeated by Jnana Sambandha while curing the physical illness of the king, the wanton devotee of Lord Shiva, they decided to win over him by debating with him. Hence, all of them gathered in Madurai. Jnana Sambandha was an expert in various fields like Vyakarna, Mimamsha, Tarka, and was well versed in the philosophies of Upanishads. The moment Jain monks approached him to start their debate, they got stuck mentally and became speechless. Vedic religion is proved categorically right by the justifications of the philosophies like Mimamsa Shastra and is well established by the inquiries of the Tarka Shastra. Leaving aside all the valuable justifications, the Jain monks wanted to win over Jnana Sambandha just by their mere faith. So let us now understand further the Leela of healing the Pandyan king's fever, Pandyanukku Juram Thirukadalam. So, Poon means bent back in Tamil, and Poon Pandyan, a great king who had conquered the Cheran and Cholan, married Mangayar Karasi, the daughter of the Cholan. The Pandya king was deeply involved in Jain religion and spoke low of Shaiva traditions. Mangayar Karasi, a great lady, a woman, stature of a sage, was a Shaivite. And during this period, people belonging to the Jain sect Samanamatam in Tamil entered into Madurai and settled down there. King Nedumaran got attracted towards Jain sect. He announced an order that all his citizens should follow the Jain sect. Gave a shock to his wife and the minister Kulachirayar. They did not have the courage to talk to him on this matter with the great king. People were afraid to come to Meenakshi Amman temple. The queen Mangayar Karasi then decided to pray to Lord Bhagavan Sundareshwara and talk to him on this worst state of affairs. She took the minister Kulachirayar along with her to the temple and prayed to Bhagavan Sundareshwara. At that time, a Brahmin came inside the shrine and the Brahmin saluted the queen and said, "O queen, I am residing in the Chola country. I am on my visit to various divine places. I came here thinking of worshipping Bhagavan Sundareshwara of Madurai. I inquired with the people here as to why there is no one in this temple. I became sad on hearing that the citizens are following the Jain sect and hence no one is visiting this temple." The queen immediately wrote a letter and said, "O Brahmin, somehow or the other, please hand this letter over to Jnana Sambandha. Ask him to visit Madurai." The Brahmin, who came to know that Jnana Sambandha was staying at Vedaranyam, Tirumaraikadu, went there. And immediately after reading the manuscript, Jnana Sambandha decided to visit Madurai. Now Karasar said to him, "O Lord, you may not be knowing the Jains. I, the one who was affected by them, know about Jainism. Further, the planetary positions are not conducive for journey. Please start on an auspicious day." And Jnanasambandha replied to him, "O Lord, we are the slaves of Paramashiva. When Paramashiva is there behind us, what can these planets do?" He immediately sang the song, "Veyuru Tolipangan, Vidamunda Kandan, Nalla Veenai Taravi." Even today, those who feel that they will be affected by the adverse positions of planets in their birth chart sing this song, and without bothering about planets and the planetary positions, Jnana Sambandar immediately left for Madurai. Mangair Karasi felt very happy on the arrival of Jnana Sambandar. The Jains got angry and decided to burn the house to kill Jnana Sambandar. Jnana Sambandar got infuriated and he immediately sang a collection of songs, the Padigam, beginning with the lines Cheyana Thiru Alavai Meviya. Sambandar then went to see the Pandya king. On hearing this, the Jains told the king, "O king, the Sambandar will not be able to cure this disease. We will cure it now in just 5 minutes." The king shouted, "O Jains, just remain aloof. Let Sambandar alone give me the treatment." Sambandar then said, "I do not want any other thing. Just bring some ash from the kitchen of the temple." And the ash was brought. Sambandar made the king understand that your conscience does not need to shrink. Because of this idea that everything is going to become ash, listen, but your consciousness is beyond anything you see. Initiating him into this tattva of life and giving the ash as a prasada, when the tattva started spreading and expanding in Khun Pandyan's consciousness, the shrinking body stood up, the hunchback was cured, and he expanded and became Nindusir Nedumaran Nayanar. And today, Bhagavan Sundareshwara himself has come down as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Jnana Sambandar, the embodiment of Meenakshi Sundareshwara, healed Moon Pandyan. Today, for all of humanity, out of the billions of people on planet Earth, they are the most blessed people. For us, Sundareshwara is not a history, he is a happening. Sundareshwara Paramashivam has himself come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam as Swamiji, just to continue his legacy and to continue being available to all of us, playing his divine leela, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers, and continuing the legacy as the ruler of the whole of Madurai, Shamalapita Sarvanipita, as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being revered as an incarnation of Paramashiva at a very young age, was birthed by the various enlightened beings, siddhas, yogis, dhamma yoginis, and many other adepts to revive these sciences, the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest superconsciousness. Vedanta, Tantra, Srividya, Yoga and yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Jnana. The Nadi is an ancient science of Akashik readings in Hinduism. It was established by Paramashiva in the form of Lord Vaidishvara, Bhagavan Vaidishvara, who is the Lord of healing. And these texts are recorded and organized by Agastya Maharshi. It is an important aspect of recognizing the happening of superconscious mutants, incarnations in Hinduism on planet Earth. And this age-old science predicts about the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. And let us now look at some of the Nadi readings of Swamiji. And this Nadi reading foretold the advent of the avatar, as foretold by Rishi Agastya and the Jivanadi. It says, Nityananda Sangha, please carefully listen completely to the words. For Shiva has come in the form of Nityananda to protect this world. As the result of the penance of many crores of Siddhas, Paramashivan has incarnated as Paramahamsa. By his teaching, even many sinners became virtuous, many crores people became blissful. Just by thinking about him, they achieved bliss. The people who have experienced the truth of bliss followed him. So all the life forms in the world are his life. He considers all the people of the world as his people, his children. He lives as a Jagat Guru, as pure Shiva, Sadashiva, as the sun and the moon. And here you can see some of the pictures of the Yoga Pattabhishekam, the coronation of the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, the official celebration and public declaration of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva to the world, and celebrating the manifestation of Paramashiva on planet Earth through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In 1994, celebrating the manifestation of Paramashiva on planet Earth through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Mataji Vivekananda Puri began the preparations for coronating the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as her next successor and declaring him as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva. Through this occasion and official letter of initiation, adopted him as her only disciple and successor in the Arunachala lineage, coronating and conferring upon him the title Brahma Sufi. His gurus thus coronated him when he was 16 years of age in the year 1994, immediately after which the avatar commenced the expansion work of Kailasa. It is thus 27 years of public life till date. Next year, in 1994, the purpose of their life was complete. And so many adepts, yogis, siddhas, siddha purushas, enlightened beings have recognized and revered Swamiji as the avatar of Paramashiva. A few months into her pregnancy, Dhammayogini Mataji Vivekananda Puri gave specific instructions to Anasuya Ammal, her dear friend and mother of Sri Arunachalam, the paternal grandmother of the incarnation, who was yet to be born. Obeying her commands, Anasuya Ammal took her daughter-in-law, Ma Lokanayaki Swami Amma, to receive the blessings of Pundi Mahan, a great seer, revered as an incarnation of Paramashiva near Tiruvannamalai. As Ma Lokanayaki Swami Amma bowed down to Pundi Mahan, he showered her with flowers and akshata, which is turmeric rice, and declared to her heartily, Ammayappane Tiruppan, blessing her that Paramashiva himself will be born to her as the divine mother and father of the whole cosmos. So now, with that, let us now get ready for the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva. Yes. So now let us get ready for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva, the live Sayujya Samadhi Darshan. So let us understand the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And the Shastra Pramana for the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan comes from the Malini Vijayottara Tantra, the 60th verse. Let's chant the verse now. It says, Kathana Shakti Padatva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguro Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. The translation of this verse, it says, by the enlightening teachings of the Guru Kathana, by the Shaktipada, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers from the Guru, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, or by the complete loving favor of the Guru, the Prasada, the ultimate goal in space, the Paramam Padam, is attained. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, the darshan happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. And during Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar. The brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. That is, our entire body silently and without movement recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance of phenomenon. The modern science is just discovering, and terms as quantum tunneling. And our thoughts per second reduces significantly, and we relax into the space beyond thoughts or thoughtlessness, becoming mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond duality, where we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. It is the probability of a quantum particle like an electron with less kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. An electron acts both as a wave and a particle. Imagine a scenario: what happens when an electron with less kinetic energy is approaching the hill? Will the electron be able to cross over the potential energy or the peak of the hill? As a particle, the electron will require higher kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of the hill, or it will roll back. However, as a wave, the electron has the ability to pass through by propagating itself through the hill and go to the other side. That is the science behind quantum tunneling. The same science is imposed on people who witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This is because our neurons are able to mirror the neurons of the divine immediately, and through quantum tunneling, we are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror the exact same neurons. So let us now understand the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And Bhagavan Krishna describes Bhava Samadhi Darshan. He says, when Krishna once saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in a jeweled wall, he was amazed and he said, how unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness. Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. And after due consideration, I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika. And this is from Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 4. And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of the Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva. The consciousness, formless, expresses the being of Paramashiva through Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, or the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. And here you can see how Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Subramanya and manifests as the Nijavatara in the physical form as Bhagavan Muruga. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses the being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. And Bhagavan Parandama expresses the being of Mahavishnu and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form as Bhagavan Venkateshwara. The Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness, the manifestation in the being of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. The Avatara, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of this superconscious energy in all of us. When we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nijavatara manifesting beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us. The dimensions of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara for us to experience the same is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the direct experience of causeless bliss. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. And even without much effort from our side, a very biomemory awakens to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, during Bhava Samadhi Darshan. To have a glimpse of, having darshan of an avatar cleanses the karmas of lifetimes and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. Gratitude enables the reflection of the consciousness on all levels, physical, psychological, and ultimately conscious level. Darshan meditation as a preparation helps us to fall into the space of gratitude, and it is during that time we drop the conscious resolutions, the Satya Sankalpa of anything we want or need in our life. Be ready to reflect the consciousness of Paramashiva. That is all you need to manifest the best for your life and the lives of people around you. The right context to receive darshan is to understand Paramashiva, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, and you are in this body. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. So now, let us get ready. We can take a few minutes to set up the Panchopachara Puja. You can set up the sandalwood paste and powder, flowers, incense, lamp, and food offering, the Naivedya, to Bhagavan Paramashivam. And we can take a few minutes to set up the Panchopachara. And as we get ready to receive the darshan of Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva, let's prepare to receive the darshan.
Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam, we welcome back all the viewers who are excitedly awaiting the live audience with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And just before we all get prepared for the Sundareshwara Parameshwara Sayuja Samadhi Darshan, we have a very, very, very exciting news. We are all going to be blessed with the live Nithyananda Satsang. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is going to be addressing each and every one of us. And immediately after which we will be having the Sundareshwara Parameshwara Sayuja Samadhi Darshan. So get ready for a blast and let's all get prepared for receiving the darshan of Sundareshwara Paramashiva and the direct Nithyananda Satsang with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And as all of us are getting prepared, we'll be preparing ourselves for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan with the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra before we all enter into the Nithyananda Satsang. So the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra has been blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a mantra diksha, initiation, which transmits energy and experience, powers and powerful cognition in the form of mantras. Just like how an avatar transmits his shaktis and energies through Nayana Diksha by a look or Sparsha Diksha by a touch, similarly, an avatar births himself in the form of mantras, sacred chants, carries which encompasses all of his energies, shaktis, powerful cognitions and transmits that to the devotees and listeners. And even to whom this mantra is chanted from the space of oneness and deep blissful awareness, that person is bestowed with health and well-being, wealth, abundance and prosperity, and successful business, job and finances, and a complete and a fulfilling relationships and a blissful life manifest without any kind of doshas, sins, evil eyes in their life. And today, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Kailasa's Department of Human Services is offering this Parameshwara Dhyana Mantra prayer service on behalf of each and every one of you. Today, we will be offering the Parameshwara Dhyana Mantra prayer service wherein our Sundareshwara Parameshwara Parambhuru for each and every one of you to be completely healed out of any health issues that you have, your psychological stress and anxiety to be completely healed, for any kind of impacts that the pandemic has had on you to be completely healed, for you to have a breakthrough in health and wealth, for you to have a breakthrough and completion in your relationship with spouse, job and family, for you to have a complete life without any insecurities, for you to be healed out of any kind of addictions that you're suffering from, for any loans or debts that you're suffering from to be completely healed, for any kind of self-doubt, self-hatred or self-denial to be completely healed, for you to incur a lot of powerful cognitions and the right thought currents in life, for each and every one of you to be having a breakthrough in your karma, the karmic breakthrough, for each and every one of you to be bestowed with blessings and prosperity in life, for each and every one of you to experience completion with your relationships, completion with your job, the professional relationships, for each and every one of you to manifest immense abundance and wealth in all the aspects of your life, for you to have the right powerful cognitions, knowledge and right intelligence to make the right choices and decisions in life, for each and every one of you to experience complete protection physically, complete protection mentally, and complete protection psychologically, for each and every one who is affected due to the pandemic, natural calamities or disasters to be taken care of, to be healed, for the Atma Shanti of all the children who have lost their lives, for Atma Shanti of each and every being that has lost its life due to natural calamities like floods, tsunamis and landslides, etc., for the Atma Shanti of every being that has lost its life due to the man-made calamities like warfare, pandemics, etc., for anybody who is suffering due to the impacts of the COVID pandemic to be completely healed, for each and every one of you to experience completion in your biomemory, muscle memory, for the grace, leadership, consciousness of Bhagavan Sundareshwara to be awakened in you, for each and every one of you to experience the complete protection, blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism manifesting in your life, for each of you to experience Guru Bhakti, Paramashiva Bhakti and manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Let us all now enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Dhim Nityanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaतीtam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatītam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru who is eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one whose embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the Supreme Goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is a silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond any emotions, who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of Bhagavata, the power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality. Om Mamo Partha Samasta Duridakshaya Dwara Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham. I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam, Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya, who is the God of all gods, who is the greatest of gods, the Lord of universes and multiverses. Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugraha Kya Panchakritya Parayana, the one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Adimadhyantarhitasya Prameya Parakramasya Tattvartha Gaucharasya, the one who is the beginning, middle and end, the one who is immeasurable, Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahatantrakya Shaiva Gamaswarupasya Sakanigama Gamaswarupasya Shuddha Dvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nityananda Padastasya Nityananda Swarupasya Shuddha Sachidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatītasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Khandadi Visheshanasya Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadevi Surupasya Bhagavata Shri Nityananda Paramashivasya Chaprityartham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmana Dvitiya Parade Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshati Tame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambo Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharatat Khande Mero Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashyaha Samvatsarana Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhavakshe Shubharitau Shubhavasare Yuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau. During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivashvata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharata Varsha, the Indian subcontinent called Bharata Khanda, in the southern side of the Mount Meru, in the Shaka era, during this auspicious year, which is one of the set of 6 years, which is in practice of which Prabhupada is the first year, in the auspicious Ayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, on the auspicious Tithi, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, auspicious Yoga, and auspicious Karna, during such an auspicious moment, Adi Kailase, Kalpavikshasya Daha, Nityanandana Gare, Smrita Smritana, Muktidayake, Mahakshetre. Now, request all the participants, we are offering this for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering for a male, kindly chant the male names now. Namadheyasya, we now request all the participants, whether you are offering for yourself or someone else. If you are offering for a female, please chant the female names now. Namnyaha cha yajamana namavayoho sahakudumbana bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodaravarganam samesham. For all those who are participants so suddenly with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers and everyone. Sarvabhishta siddhyartham sarvamangala-vaptyartham uttarottaranavachinna sthiralakshmi praptyartham. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity and wealth. Kutumbe sarvesham sarvabhishta siddhyartham chindira manorathavaaptyartham. Let the family always have all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled. Samesham adhivyadhi nivrityartham samesham shiradipada paryantam
विद्यमानानां समेषु अङ्गेषु जनितजनिष्यमान सकलविधानाविधरोगाणां व्यपोहार्थं तद्वारा रोगदृढगात्रवपोसिद्ध्यर्थं. Let all the chronic diseases be healed. Let all kind of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head to toe, which is occurred or yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong diseases, healthy, handsome, and graceful body be obtained. Samesham paraikatrbishta kritakarishyaman sakalavidha mantra tantra yantra vishashurna abhichara स्तंभन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मांत्रिक प्रयोगेभ्यः रक्षा प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा रोगदृढगात्रवपुसिद्ध्यर्थम्. Let the protection be obtained from all evil effects of the acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous spells, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, upsetting, ruining the health, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc. Apamrityu doshnivrithyaर्थं, kalam mrityu, akalam mrityu, durmrityu nivrityartham. Let all the impacts or ill effects related to death like destined death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. Samesham anta drishti, bahi drishti, krura drishti, vyapara drishti, anukula drishti, pratikula drishti, ityadi sakalavida drishta doshnivrithyaर्थं. Let all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty, filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if there are well wishers, and the effects of evil eyes of people who are against our well-being be removed. Samesham anta shatru, bahi shatru, krura shatru, vyapara shatru, anukula shatru, pratikula shatru, ityadi sakalavida shatru badha nivrityartham. Let all the effects of inner enemies, outer enemies, fierce enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, enemies who work against our well-being be removed. Samesham matrusha-padi sakalavida shapanam vyapohanartham. Let the effects of all the causes right from the mother be removed. Anadi avidyavasanaya pravartamane asmin mahati samsara chakre vichitra bihi karmagati bihi vichitra suyonishu punah punahane kada janitva. From time immemorial, we get due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange. Kenapi punya karma visheshena bhagavatah Shri Nityananda Paramashivasya parimitaya kripaya idanin tana manushya janma praptavatam. Yet due to some good action, it is immeasurable and extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. Samesham iha janmani purva janmani janma janma janmantareshu sarvaihi kritanam shiva ninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohartam shiva paradha devya paradha guru paradha dosha vyapohartam. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth or in any of the births be removed. Any kind of crimes or offences committed against Parameshwar, Parashakti and Guru be Brahma Hatya Surapana Swarnasteya Guru Talpa Gamana Tatsanthargakya Panchamahapataka Samasta Papa Virikata. Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahmin, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, associating with those people who have committed one of the above-mentioned sins be removed. Let all the karmic effects of action done as a child, adolescent, youth, and old age person, Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Avastha. So let all the karmic effects of action done in the wakeful dream or deep sleep state, Karmendriya, Jnanendriya, Vyaparai, Sambhavitanam. Let all the sins done to the Karmendriyas as the 5 organs which perform action like speech, hands, feet, excreting, and reproductive organs, and Jnanendriya, that the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin. Rahasyakratanam, Prakashakritanam, Matipatakanam, Upatakanam, Sankalikarananam, Malinikarananam, Apatrikarananam, Jati Bhramshakanam, Prakirnitanam, Evam Navanam, Navavidhanam, Bahunam, Bahuvidhanam, Sarvesham, Papanam, Sadhya. Let the sins which are done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins, minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping of men, unjustifiable sin, sin of destroying a caste system, narrow-minded sin, such 9 sins and 9 types of sins, more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly. Apanodana dwara samasta mangala praptyartham Shiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, Guru Bhakti siddhyartham Parameshwaratva, Parameshwar Siddhi, Parameshwar Shakti siddhyartham. Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all auspiciousness, and let Parameshwar Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, and Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let us state and space and powers of Parameshwar be obtained.
कुटुम्बे सर्वे सन्मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थम अन्योन्य प्रेमाभिवृद्ध्यर्थम पूर्णत्व सिद्ध्यर्थम सर्वापनिवृत्त्यर्थम. Let the whole family always be showered with all auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed. Chiprarogyavaptyartham ayurvriddhyartham purnatva siddhyartham. Let healthy body be obtained instantly immediately. Let longevity be bestowed. Vyapare udyoge च सर्वजन वशीकरणार्थम तद्वारा उन्नतोन्नत स्थान प्राप्त्यर्थम. Let your charisma impress everyone in business and job, and through that let you attain the best of best position. बहुधन सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम गृह कनक पशुपुत्र पौत्र धन धान्य सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम. Let extremely wealthy and happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of house, gold, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grain, and all the comforts related to worldly life. Aditya dina navanam grahanam bhusha pida nivaranartham. Aditya dina navanam grahanam anukulyata siddhyartham. Let all the malefic effects of 9 planets be removed, and let all the auspiciousness be bestowed by the grace of the 9 planets. Bhumyantarikshe vidyamana bhuta preta pishacha rakshasa brahma rakshasa vetala kushmanda dhakini shakini ityadi sarva rishta nivaranartham. Let all the evil effects that cause calamities on planet Earth, the evil effects from various demonic beings like bhuta preta, dead people, pishacha, demon, rakshasa, brahma rakshasa, vetala, kushmanda, class of demons, Dakini, little devil, Shakini, kind of female demon be removed. Manovyakulata nivaranartham. Let the mental confusion and worry be removed. Radhe karmani, karishyamani karmani, adidayika, bhautika, adhyatmika nivaranartham. Let all the obstacles be removed with regard to actions done or going to be done relating to word, spirituality. Samasarana nivaranartham. Dhana Lakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, Santana Lakshmi, Saubhagya Lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Shaurya Lakshmi, Veera Lakshmi, Vijay Lakshmi, Ityadi Ashtalakshmi, Paripurna Kripa Kataksha Siddhartham. Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhana Lakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, food and grain, Santan Lakshmi, offspring, Saubhagya Lakshmi, fortune, Vidya Lakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya Lakshmi, bravery, Veera Lakshmi, heroism, Vijay Lakshmi, success be showered. Parikshasu Unnata Sthane Vijaya Praptyartham Sarva Vidya Parangata Siddhyartham Medha Shakti Grahana Shakti Abhivridyartham. Let the top rank be obtained in the examinations. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let the memory power, understanding ability be increased. Ityadi Sakala Vida Sanmangalani Guru Kripa Katakshena Praptyartham. By the grace of the Guru, let all the above mentioned auspiciousness be showered upon Shri Kailasonada Dvadashanta Shyamala Pita Ruda, the one who has ascended the Madurai Adinam Shyamala Pita, the Pita established by Devi Meenakshi, incarnation of Shyamala Devi, which is the supreme place of Kailasa, where Parameshwara resides and who rules the whole cosmos and Kailasa. Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara, the one who is not different from Meenakshi Sundareshwara, the most beloved son of Parameshwara, the young boy, Guru Manjatulya Avatara, Shri Parvati Sanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruta Sakana Nigama Gamasara Putra Dravida Veda Pravatra, the young boy who is Jamamam Guru San unequaled avatar, the one who received enlightenment by drinking the milk of Devi Parvati, the author of famous Dravida Veda, which is the essence of all Vedas and Agamas. Srimad Parameshwara Karuna Samadhikata Mukta Mesudrashayana Giyamana Chakrachamara Shri Chinnakala Samasta Virida Valyanamrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti, the one adorned by quadrangular palanquin made of pearl, received by the grace of Parameshwara, adorned by the musical instruments, umbrella, chamber, and sacred symbols of worship, etc., adorned by the hymns of praises, the one who has won the whole world by his enlightenment, the science of enlightenment, and been accepted by all the kings as supreme ruler. Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jimota Paramata Kalabake Sari Chavar Abhideva Mukya immutable state of enlightenment immediately by Nirvana Diksha to all people. The one who creates bliss, protecting leader, rolling line and trumpeting young elephant for other religions. Shaiva Siddhanta Stapana Acharya Shri Rajadi Raja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapana Shakhyadi Mandakara Nivarna Jnana Bhanu Dikshana Narhara Dajo Chedana Purvaka Srimad Vrishabhadvaja Sapaka Shaiva Samaya Tatre Sarvajya Pita Ruda, the Acharya who established Shaiva Siddhanta, the Raja Guru of the Pandya king, who is the supreme king of all kings, the Guru who is also the Pandya king, the supreme king of all kings, enlightening that removes utter darkness or delusion, the one who installed the Rishabha like the creator and reviver of Shaivism, Sarvajya Pita Ruda, Shri Jagat Guru, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Bhagi Sundarmani ke Vachaka Swami Nam, Avatara Bhuta, Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarata Shamala Pita, Sarvajya Pita, Renavatyuttara Dusritama Guru Mahasa.
Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramparaga Arunachala Sarvagnya Pita Guru Mahasannidhana, the one was under the seat of Arunachala Sarvagnya Pita in the lineage of Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Kailasa Paramparaga, the Kanchi, Kailas Sarvagnya Pita, the Guru Mahasannidhana, the one was under the seat of Kanchi, Kailas Sarvagnya Pita, as the 233rd Pontiff Guru Mahasannidhana in the lineage of Kailasa, Nityamangalita Kalyanita, Kailasa Paramparaga, Kailasa Nityananda Pita, Mahasamastana, Mahasimhasana Pita, the creator of the Nityananda Pita, Mahasimhasana Pita is eternally celebrating auspicious festive and having the attractive energy of enriching Sakshat Shri Parameshwar Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasata Maniksha Karishchandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shri Nityananda Chinna Sarvabhauma Chakravati Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharana Shasana Suryavamsha Prapta Sarvagnya Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdabhishikta Chudamani Sakshat Shri Parameshwar Samudbhuta Kailasa Kapila Mahagurupanaradhrita Mahanirvani Pita Stotra Sastra Shri Mahamandaleshwara. The 1000-age Mahamangaleshwara of Mahanirvani Pita established by Bhagavan Paramashivam himself and revived by sage Kapila. Sakshat Shri Parameshwar Simhasana Abhishekta Samasta Gananayaka Shri Mahaganapati Samaram Bhadava Chinna Pitadishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atala Pita Ashtotra Sahasratama Ashtotra Sahasra Shri Atala Pitadishwara, the 1008 Shri Atala Pitadishwara of Atala Pita, which is an unbroken lineage of Pontiff starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati, who is the leader of Gananas and who was coronated by Bhagavan Paramashivam himself. Dharma Mukti Swargapura Sarana Pita Trayo Vimsha Guru Mahasannidhana, the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapura Sarana Pita. Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvagnya Pita Jagat Guru Padipita Sarvagnya Pita in the lineage of Kailasa, Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka, Shri Kailasa Paramacharya, Srimad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Varya Sachidananda Pranava Swarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta, Srimad Jagat Guru, Shri Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Parameshwara Shri Jnana Sambhadadeshika Paramacharya Swami Nam Prityartam, Tesham Padaravindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartam, Guru Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartam, Shema Stairya Vijayarogya Aishwaryanam Viridhyartam Dharmarthakam Moksha Parapurushartha Siddhyartam Amasamasta Divitopashantyartam Samasta Mangalavabhyartam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Parameshwara Prasadena Sakurumbhasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyartam Cha Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nityananda Paramashivasya cha dhyana shodasopachara sarvopachara archanaradhana pujam prarthana karishye Om Ananda Gandhalayaya Namaha Om Bhavaroga Veshajaya Namaha Om Kalpatarave Namaha Om Pashupataye Namaha Om Pashavimochakaya Namaha Om Nishtaparadayakaya Namaha Om Bhagyavati Parivartakaya Namaha Om Adhivyadi Vinashakaya Namaha Om Samasta Kalyana Gunanikaya Namaha Om Vidhi Purishaya Namaha Om Shri Kailasapataye Namaha Om Shivashaktaika Swarupaya Namaha Om Nityanandaya Namaha Om Ham Ham Shivaya Namaha Om Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Om Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Shri Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamini Namaha Om Nityanandam. In just a few more minutes, we are going to be entering into the very, very special live Nityananda Satsang. I know all of us are very eagerly, excitedly waiting for the special Nityananda Satsang. I think it's like everybody's favorite, where we get to hear Swamiji and we get to listen to Swamiji.
And especially in the recent past, the extraordinary truths that Swamiji has been revealing about the 5 fundamental forces of the universe, about gravity, electromagnetic force, and so much more. I think it's absolutely exciting, and I know each of you that are with us are waiting equally and much more to experience and have the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
And just wanted to let all of you know, during the live Nityananda Satsang that we are going to be having now, all of you can post your questions
Like the Swamiji will be having live question answers. Swamiji will be taking the questions and he might answer and give blessings to you. So make sure you post your questions, your clicks, your understandings in the comment section. You can post it in the YouTube comments, Facebook comments, or on Twitter with hashtag AskTheAvatar.
Please also make sure you tag the official Twitter handle at Sri Nithyananda in the platform Twitter. And similarly, even on Instagram, you can do it as well.
You can just go to the topmost post and you can post it there. Yes, so it's very exciting. In very, very few more minutes, we're going to be start having the live Nithyananda Satsang. So let us all get ready to receive the live darshan of Swamiji and live Nithyananda Satsang. And also followed by the live Nithyananda Satsang, we are going to be having the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayujya Samadhi Darshan. That will be.
Please sit straight with your head and spine in a straight line. Meditating upon the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam.